We are going to play with Negan today. Let's see if I can still do the combos.
Negan.
Back to Negan.
New challenger.
Let's see if our stream can keep up as well. Let's check. How's the quality? Not that bad.
New challenger.
Yeah.
Get ready for the next battle.
Should be good. Oh, why it has to be Brian? I don't know why it has to be Brian. Oh.
Round one. Fight.
Nope. Oh crap. Oh, why am I doing some twisty moves? Why am I doing some? Oh, not twisty. Katarina moves.
Fight.
Oh. Oh.
Round three.
It's hard to do it.
Fight.
Why did I jump? Yeah, that's the stuff.
No exception. You lose.
It's hard. Why am I still doing
For the next battle.
backward forward? That's supposed to be Katarina's move. Why am I still doing it on Negan? Dami de.
Round one.
Who are you?
Not cool.
Oh, yeah. Haha, why did I delay it?
Great. Round 2.
It's time for the poking game. Kinda forget. He knows. Oh crap, it's too slow.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Holy moly.
KO. Round 4.
Too slow.
Fight. Not cool. KO. Final round.
I think it's beginning to
Fight.
come back now. What? Holy moly, I forgot. Oh, crap. Forgot to do the combo. I always... Nah,
KO. You lose.
I didn't get it.
Get ready for the next battle.
Where are my boys at? Where are my boys at? Who are you? Why it has to be Brian on my first match?
Round 1.
That's fine.
Fight.
I think Brian has the fastest launcher in, aside from Kazuya's, in a
Perfect. Round 2.
getting wrecked. Oh crap. Ha!
KO.
I almost did it.
Fight.
Ooh, I needed a minute. Howdy. That poking game, make no mistake on the poking game, that is too hard. And it's Brian. That's fine.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Oh!
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Not cool.
Holy moly!
KO.
I really hate that.
Round 3. Fight.
Not cool.
Why did I do that? Stupid.
KO.
It's such a...
Round 4. Fight.
Oh my gosh!
Give me strength.
You seems to forget Lucia, bro.
Oh
My goodness.
Final
Oh
round.
my goodness.
Fight.
Oh, why do? Oh man.
KO.
All right. He got pissed. Oh. Okay. How? What happened? Nah, I got pissed. I accidentally hit the button.
New challenge.
I wonder what's the... No?
Get ready for the next battle.
But anyway, that's fine. I had to get away from Brian. So now, I need to familiarize with... It's him again, my gosh. Although this is... I think this is not the same guy, so... Oh my goodness! What happened? Oh my goodness, Brian again.
Who are you? Round 1. Fight.
Oh! What happened? Why is he doing something else?
Feels good.
Sounds good.
KO.
Heck, why am I? Is he doing something else?
Round 2. Fight.
Huh? Woo! really hate that poking game, O'Brien.
No exception.
Ah, what the heck? Alright,
Round 3.
wasn't his move.
Fight.
It's too fast. How?
KO. You lose.
It's getting annoying with the back forward thing.
Get ready for the next.
Keep doing the Katarina moves. Sorry, bro. Sorry, Negan. You gotta get emoted for like. What the heck?
Give me strength. Punish.
I should have done the rage. The other rage. I would have forgot it.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh! That was.
KO.
Man!
Round 3. Fight.
Oh, what the heck?
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Wrong. Starting. How?
KO. You win.
Lucille, give me strength.
Get ready for the
So that was our first win for tonight with Negan. For a moment, I think it's starting to get back. I get back the moves, but not
It's going away.
really.
There we go.
What up, Fireplace? Welcome to the stream, man.
round 1.
How you doing?
Fight.
I'm just trying again. Oh crap! I'm just trying Negan again. Shit. How?
two. Fight.
Not cool.
Shit. KO. Round three.
Such a noob.
Fight.
Not cool.
Oh man, that was too slow. Yeah? Oh crap. Negan playthrough, I see. Don't stop digging the pimp game. Yeah. Trying to be different from the others. Holy moly. No exception. Oh, that hit me.
KO. You win. Get ready for the next battle.
How did I get pink, bro? You forgot to mention the teddy bear. He's got his buddy Teddy on his back, you know.
Round one. Fight.
Ooh, that hurts. Oh, me.
KO. Round two.
I think this is the second guy for tonight. I had a first Brian before this and wasn't able to. It didn't turn out well. Ooh. Ooh.
Round three. Fight.
Not
Oh man. Oh crap. It's pretty hard to predict Brian. So hard to predict Brian. I would rather match up with Kazuya or any Mishimans rather than Brian, you know. It's really hard to predict him.
Round one. Fight.
no exception.
What the heck? How do I poke with Negan right now? Okay. Did he get nerfed? I think that's way too. Forgot that, girl. Oh.
No exception.
KO. Round 2.
I would really love to play with Jin. Just really can't do it right now. Maybe that's why. Oh, I'm using different characters because I'm having a hard time doing the electrics. I hate this grab. Oh. Ooh la la.
Round 3.
What I mean with Jin is the devil Jin. Oh, what the heck?
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Oh, what the?
Perfect. Final round. Fight.
Oh. I need to do this. Oh. Ah, crap. Holy moly.
You lose.
I felt like I needed to
Get ready.
learn how to poke rather than the always keeping up the launcher. Just not right now. I have no idea what the other pokes
Round
that Negan has.
Fight.
Oh. I think he got nerfed or something. I felt like he's way slower than the
KO.
first time that I used him.
2. Fight.
Not cool.
Oh, what the heck? Heck?
KO. Round 3. Fight.
He feels heavy to control, you know. Oh, what the?
Exception.
What the heck? I really hate that Brian spoke. It feels heavy to control after I've been using Katarina. Back when I first used him, he feels like lighter, but right now I don't know why I felt like so heavy to control him.
Round 1. Fight.
Not cool.
What the heck? How? So heavy. Ah, the heck.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Why did it grab? How the... I'm such... Oh, crap. Look at this, Brian. What the heck is he doing? Oh yeah, I remember.
Round 3. Fight.
He's kind of annoying though. What the heck? Ow. See that? No. Oh man.
KO. Round
Yeah, he is.
fight.
What are the counter hit does Negan have? Oh man, that was so slow.
You lose.
Yeah, I used to play Virtual Fighter in the arcade machine. Why? What's with the Virtual Fighter thing? Unfortunately, they got lost track on how to play with the modern technologies.
Round 1. Fight.
They got stuck with... Oh, that's one opening. That's for you, Brian.
KO. Round 2.
I used to play with Cage. Wow, that's too slow. Or did I get it right? The ninja.
Perfect. Round 3. Fight.
Oh, why?
Not cool.
No exception.
Round Cool.
I used to have one on my
No.
PS2 and beta. Oh man, it was awful. Oh. I used to like that game though. Oh man. Feels like Negan is too slow right now.
KO. Final round. Fight.
Not cool.
What the?
Holy smoke! Great.
Oh, what the heck? Why am I jumping?
KO. You lose.
Let me check. What was the name of the character that virtual
For the next battle.
fighter? Because I forgot his name already. Akira, yeah.
Round one. Fight.
I think that they totally rip off Ryu from Akira. What am I doing? Oh crap.
Round two.
Yeah, also Soul Calibur, I was a fan as well. Maybe if you play the PSP version, we had a little tournament back in the office, right? With that version, and I was using Kratos.
KO. Round three. Fight.
Not cool.
Oh my god.
No exception.
Man, what am I doing? I don't know how to counter that. What the heck?
KO. Round four.
If you know the Soul Calibur with Kratos on it. Oh the heck.
Final round. Fight.
No, unfortunately, I didn't have a PS2. I only had a PS3 back then. Oh, what the heck?
You win.
Thirsty.
I can't afford to buy a PS.
She is a vampire bat.
I only started to have a proper console when the PS3 came out. Although, when I was a kid, we used to have a family computer. So, I'm really pretty good at playing Mario.
Not cool.
New challenger.
Oh, shit. What's his fastest
New
poke?
challenger.
I wonder what's Negan's fastest poke, so that I can counter hit that Brian thing.
You very, very like that dance.
On the PS1, I was playing the Street Fighter EX. My friend from high school got his PS1, and then every night I always go to their house and just to play with the Street Fighter EX. And then by the time I had to go home, I'll be playing my family computer with the Super Mario on it.
Round 1. Fight.
Not cool. Not cool. Not cool.
No exception.
Hell.
No exception.
My.
No exception.
What the heck? What am I doing?
KO. Round 2.
Oh, really? Didn't have PS1. Oh, crap.
KO. Round 3. Fight. Like that.
Holy moly. Things is so slow right now. Oh man. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance to play with Crash Bandicoot. I think the only games that I was able to play with the PS1 is Street Fighter EX,
Get ready for
and there was Twisted Metal, Twisted Metal, and there was this Pepsi Man. Yeah, sure. Thanks for dropping by. Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Yeah, it is.
round 1. Fight.
It is. It's definitely one of the classics that you. Oh. I think most PS1 owner have those games.
No exception. KO.
Yep. Thanks for dropping by, bro.
Round 2. Fight.
I'm not gonna let him promote.
Not cool.
KO.
Oh my goodness.
Fight.
Not cool. Oh my goodness.
What did I do that?
See, you win, thirsty. She is a vampire bat.
Hey, you mustn't put your scooter there.
Get ready for the next battle.
What are you doing? Put it back on the other place.
What's going on?
Put your scooter on the other place.
Why?
Let
me see.
There's no scratcher, but I got her.
I can kiss it if you want.
No,
I'll just flank it.
Daddy,
Yeah.
can you put the scooter on the other place because it's not good. It's dangerous. That
Where should we put it?
Huh?
Where should we put it?
Round 1.
You're so clever.
Fight.
No, this one. Wow.
Give me strength. Punish!
What's that? That's a subscription. Half year.
Oh my goodness.
Round 2. Fight.
Lights out.
Oh, what the heck?
Great. Round 3. Fight.
It's over.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Not cool.
You're so cute, It's blocking your way.
Oh, what the heck? Oh, it's too slow.
Final round. Fight.
I'm sorry. Not that.
Are you a sumo wrestler?
Holy mo.
KO.
See,
You win.
thirsty.
No. Remember you have
She is
A vampire bat.
Oh, yeah. I need all your donut.
did not eat it.
Yeah, we can put the Christmas tree near the TV, Prince.
But it doesn't make sense.
Why? It doesn't make sense.
Because then how can I put toys there? I want toys on
We can put the toys under the Christmas tree just like everyone else, right?
New challenger.
great.
What are the other pokes?
New challenger.
Oh!
Get ready for the next battle.
Can you give one for me?
You will get the new one. one is yours.
What? Which one?
Two of them are mine, and
There's no other one.
there's other this. It's
There's
yours.
no more other one.
Just let me tell Mongo, no? Marshmallow.
You gotta share. Remember, you need to share, right?
No, it's done. Sharing is done.
What the?
Yeah. I have enough for sharing.
Promotion
Round
mode.
one.
Aw.
Fight.
Get the audio. Mommy, I need your help.
KO. Round two. Fight.
No exception. Better. God damn. No exception. No exception.
Howie.
KO. Round
Can I get a marshmallows instead?
fight.
I did.
Lights out. Better. No exception.
Hmm.
No exception. Shit. Great.
Round four. Fight.
Shit.
No. Okay.
KO.
Bad.
You win.
I'm just gonna eat some marshmallow.
Get ready for the next battle.
Because Prince here doesn't share his donuts.
I don't want yours.
Other one's mine?
No. Other boxes. All yours are there.
But if you can't finish it, I'm gonna eat it, right?
Round one. Fight.
Not cool.
Hmm? Hmm? Yep, done it. Masa nga bintana man?
Round two.
Ito, likod sa ref?
Fight.
Ah, wala pa na pa. Wala pa.
Please smoke.
KO. Round three. Fight.
Shit.
Perfect. Round 4. Fight.
We'll need to know what are the other launchers.
You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight.
Accept it. Better. Like that. Better.
Round 3. Fight. It's KO. Round 4. Fight.
No exception. Boom. Pow. Boom. Bang.
KO. Final round. Fight. KO.
Mommy,
You lose.
where's my apple?
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Not cool. No exceptions. God damn.
KO.
What? You read the iPad is here.
Round 2. Fight.
Why you are not helping me?
KO. Round 3. Fight.
See,
You win.
thirsty. She is a vampire bat.
Get ready for the next battle.
Did you finish all of it? Oh dear.
Round 1. Fight.
Not cool.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
But thank you.
KO.
Where did you put it? Maybe it's in the... Oh, I think it's in the bed.
Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight.
Oh my goodness.
KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1.
Oh, I'm on a demotion again?
Fight.
No exception.
KO. Round 2.
Poor Negan.
Not cool.
Man. What the heck am I doing?
Round 3. Fight.
Like that. It's over.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Not cool. Better. It's over.
KO. Final round. Fight.
It's over.
KO. You win.
Buddy. You still there?
Get ready for the next battle.
Prince, look at your tummy.
What's that?
I hope.
Round 1.
I hope.
Fight.
Oh, come on.
KO. Round 2.
I hope you bring your shitting pants on.
Perfect. Round 3. Fight.
That hurts.
Oh my goodness. Give me strength. Punish!
Good at making that.
You need to be close.
Great.
At that!
Oh,
Take it
my
like a
goodness.
champ!
Round 4. Fight. No exception. Better. Better. It's over. Perfect. You win.
This is still a funny. You don't have eyes.
Yeah, because you look at the shadow. They only have senses. You can sense it.
He's so funny. The funniest.
I'm gonna watch right now. Okay? Series, okay?
New challenger.
Yo, what's up? How's your checkup, Slyax? Welcome to the stream.
New challenger.
Yeah, sure, we can play.
That painting.
I just started Negan again.
For the next battle.
Ah, that's nice to hear. That's nice to hear, man.
It's not free. It needs to be both. That's an expensive app.
Just send me an invite, man.
Yes.
Right?
Bye.
I'm just gonna be using Negan for now. Feel like
Yeah, PS.
I miss the
Shop.
pink
Adobe
and Lucille and the pink teddy bear.
B for
What is
photo.
what is this voice mean?
I think I have had enough marshmallow for today. And here we go.
Using different kinds of Adobe. Daddy knows that.
I'll be with you after this match.
Round 1. Fight.
The audition. Oh crap!
KO. Round 2.
I'll be with you after this match, bro.
Not cool.
Really? Steve can do that?
It's over. Like that.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Oh! I knew it. Yeah, I'll be with you after this match. Oh.
KO.
Can't even do a sidestep? Heck?
Fight.
Not cool.
KO.
Right, I'll be with you now.
You lose.
And as much as I wanted to have my revenge on that Steve, but I can't play with you.
Welcome to the King of Iron.
I'm about to ask you,
7. Negan.
shitting your pants yet?
Get ready for
You hear me, bro? Shitting your pants yet? Oh man, that's that was just dialogue from Negan.
Photographic memory, huh? Kill to death. After you're done. Gidro niya ang monster sa Stranger Things.
But you still. Listen. Oh, I think he's not gonna say it.
Pissing our pants yet?
Oh, yeah.
round 1. Fight.
Holy. Oh. Oh crap, that's huge.
Great. Round 2.
Nicely played.
Fight.
So slow. So slow.
Great.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
No exception. Not cool. Better.
Yeah. Oh, that's the monster from the Stranger Things. Well done. Ooh. Ooh. Oh no! Oh crap!
Great. Round 4.
Put it in the phone.
Fight.
Not cool.
Here. Give it to mommy. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
It's mine.
Here.
The corner.
Right. Sorry.
Win.
Buddy. You still there?
Yeah. I wanted to get my phone because he wanted to take a photo of the drawing he had.
King of
He.
Fist Tournament 7.
Oh, that's nice.
Put it on the thing, Daddy.
All right, I will. See. Oh, hang on. Let me just.
Negan.
If you, I'm not sure if you can.
Get ready for the next battle.
He just draw the monster from the Stranger Things. And I think he saw the movie when we were watching it, and that was like months ago already, and he was still able to remember it.
Why?
Kids got
The dead pizza is fighting.
photographic memory, you know.
Come on, I can't hear what I'm watching now.
Round 1.
Uy, nako!
Oh my goodness! Oh yeah, I forgot that.
Round 2. Fight.
Not cool.
Oh, you're about to shit your pants now.
KO. Round 3.
I mean, piss your pants yet?
Not cool.
Oh man, that hurts. Oh crap. Totally got me there.
Fight.
Not cool.
That hurts. That's nice. Ooh, that's nice. No. I felt like Negan has been nerfed. It's just that
You lose.
he's so heavy to control right now. He's unlike the first time that I used him. He totally got me there.
Get ready for the next battle.
Yeah. It's like he's way more slower now. His recovery and his range are not that good anymore. That is fine. I need to be aggressive because Noctis has the range and I don't have the range.
Round 1.
So I gotta be aggressive.
Fight.
Ooh, what? How are you able to recover that suit? Oh man, I forgot. Oh,
KO.
didn't realize you have that sword.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh,
Round 3. Fight.
Oh, what the heck? Nope, nope. Oh crap. Oh, what? I'm not supposed to grab. See? That wasn't supposed to grab.
Round 4. Fight.
Not cool.
Oh man. Nope, nope. That's so punishable right now. I really love that. What's going on? The legs. Yeah. What's going on? It's not supposed to be like this. Alright. Right. No, no.
You win.
Buddy. You still there?
What happened to the connection? I'm gonna have to stick with the Negan right now.
Welcome to the King of Iron Fist Turk, Negan.
Yeah.
Get ready for the next battle.
I gotta get the good muscle memory for Negan. Although I don't have any other launchers yet.
Round 1. Fight.
Ooh.
It's over.
Nope. Ooh, I really love that. I love that.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
It's over.
Oh man, that's so punishable already.
Round 3. Fight.
Not cool.
Perfect.
Sidestep.
Round
You
4.
forgot the sidestep.
Fight.
Ooh. Don't forget the sidestep. Oh crap. Nope. I don't have the range. Oh crap.
Final round.
A lack of poke. Holy moly!
KO. You win.
Buddy. You still
I really hate this stage. Can we go to another stage? I really hate that stage. It's so red. Did you pick that stage up? I really hate that stage now. It's because my monitor is configured to have
King of Iron Fist
a
Tournament
very vibrant color.
Negan.
That's why whenever I play on that stage, it's going to be very red on mine. That was the reason why I changed the costume, the color costume from Katarina from black to white, because most of the online match goes to that stage, and I really hate that stage. It's so dark and it's so red. It's in your pants yet? Nah, I like this stage.
Fight.
Ooh. Oh, what the heck? I really wasn't supposed to grab. What a slow Negan. It's nice.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Oh, mate. Ah,
KO.
forgot.
Round 3.
It's raining. It's raining.
KO. Round 4.
It's raining.
It's over.
Oh crap. What the heck?
KO.
Look at this damage.
Final round. Fight.
Why was I grabbing that? No, what? Ah, nope.
KO. You lose.
今日の晩飯何
Because this one is going up. Once it starts, it goes.
That was a mistake.
It's like they're still playing fireworks outside.
Get ready for the next battle.
Yeah, I think Noctis has the faster launcher with that down forward too. Negan is very slow already. That's why I'm trying not to use the node forward to Negan because it's so punishable. I needed to learn something new. Needed to learn some other
Round
ways
Fight.
to punish, not just the down forward 2. Oh, what the heck? Oh. What happened? Nope, nope. That range.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, really? I hate it because back then I keep using that moves, and right now I'm still using it, even though I know it's really punishable moves, and I keep doing it.
Fight.
I don't know. Yeah. Ooh, me. Yeah, I can see it. Ooh. Nope. I knew it.
グラディオいい釣り場見つけたんだっていややべえんだってマジでそんでさそこのロケーションが
I really need to figure out something. My poking game is too slow, and then I don't have the right defense.
Get ready for the next battle.
Because right now I'm trying to be more aggressive because your Noctis has the range and I don't have the range. So I'm really trying to be aggressive right now. Yeah, you better, right? It's way more faster than Negan's.
Round 1. Fight.
Nope. So obvious. What the heck? What are the other options that I've got for Negan?
KO. Round 2.
Like, he doesn't have any counter attack.
Fight.
Somebody. Holy moly. Nope.
KO.
Man, I don't have anything to counter
Round
that.
3. Fight.
Oh, what the heck?
It's over.
Nope. What the? So slow, I'm getting so slow.
いい釣り場見つけたんだっていややべえんだってマジでそんでさそこのロケーションが
Yeah, unless I can figure something out. But right now I can consider it's broken. But unless I can figure something out that I can do something about those pokes, I really get to get Lucille working. Right now she's not working. I bet she's not hungry yet.
Round 1. Fight.
No, what the heck?
Not cool.
Ooh. That range though.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Ooh. Oh man. See? So fast. Oh man. Oh, what?
KO.
I was just standing there.
3. Fight.
Yeah. It's just that right now I don't know of any counter attack from Negan. That's why. See? I don't have something like that. I mean, so far I don't know of anything like that. That's why I keep using the launcher instead.
KO.
How the heck was it? I literally didn't know what just happened. It's because the only thing that I can let you do the launcher is when I do something really cool, like the launcher. And
Get ready for the next battle.
Yeah, man, I really didn't know what just happened. Come to think of it, if I'll be on the online match with someone else and then I'll encounter a Noctis player as well, I'm not gonna be able to defeat it with this movement that I have right now.
Fight.
I gotta figure out something. Oh my god. He doesn't have the range. He doesn't have the counter. I don't know what to do with else. What else? Oh man. Yeah. What? Oh, what happened? What just happened right now?
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Oh, yeah. How come? Ooh. Howly.
KO.
Oh my.
So that's one so far.
Fight.
Oh, what did I do? What did I jump? So many frames there.
Not cool.
Oh man, forgot.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
That was so fast. Why did I grab? Oh crap! That wasn't supposed to be. Oh.
Give me strength.
That should have been the other rage. Oh yeah, I got this one. Oh man.
Final round. Fight.
Not cool.
I think I now know why they are saying that Noctis is so broken, because of the way he can recover so easily. Most of the other players that I've encountered so far, if I do that Negan with the first thing that Negan did, most players doesn't recover easily from that. But right now, Noctis can recover easily, pretty damn easily, really.
Get ready for the next battle.
Most characters that doesn't recover pretty much easy than Noctis. I mean, if I do the forward 1-2, maybe that is why they are saying Noctis is so broken right now. But yeah, no problem. But come to think of it, why is Noctis is not on the tournament finals?
Fight.
If he was so broken.
Oh my.
Oh what?
No exception.
Oh crap.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
That range though. See? The recovery is really fast. See? Most other players wouldn't be able to recover that fast with that moves. Except for Noctis.
It's over.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Why did I jump? Oh crap. Why did I grab? Oh, why the... I'm really gonna check this.
KO.
Sometimes he just
Final
grab on his own.
Fight.
What the heck? That's happening to my controller.
It's over.
Kira.
KO. You win.
Oh, that was that. Really?
Buddy.
Didn't realize that was the last the last round. Right, GG, man. Thanks for the match tonight. Meanwhile, I'm gonna continue with Negan for now. I gotta figure out something, man.
Welcome to the King of Iron Fist Turkey, Negan.
Why is so...
It's over.
What the heck? Oh, okay.
Challenger.
All right, here we go.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, you're playing Smite. I heard they're gonna launch League of Legends on the console, right? Oh, you mean to play Smite on the Steam?
Round one.
Oh crap!
Fight.
It's basically the same character, you know.
It's KO. Round two. Fight.
What the heck?
Great. Round three. Fight. Not cool.
So every character now can recover from that. That's weird. Oh yeah, every character now. That was weird. So that's how far they nerfed Negan?
Fight.
This is basically the same character. Oh crap.
It's over.
Oh my goodness. You win. Buddy.
I can still remember when Negan first came out. I can still I always use that moves just to stay away from the opponent. But right now everyone can recover quickly. That is so weird. That's how far they nerfed Negan. Poor Negan.
CNC. Round 1. Fight.
Oh crap.
It's over.
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight.
Not cool.
Ooh, that hurts. I don't know what to do with that.
KO.
It's basically nothing after that. Oh, come on. Tekken, come on. Really? Really? Oh, crap.
Round 4.
It's the same problem. Maybe that is what happens to everyone. They keep calling rage quiters, but technically it's just due to the network. Oh wait. Oh. No, that's not one. Oh yeah, I probably can do this.
Holy smoke! New challenger. ready for the next battle.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2.
Come on, Negan.
Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight.
Oh my goodness!
Give me strength.
Punish!
KO.
Oh my goodness!
Round 3. Fight.
Not
You win.
Buddy, you still there?
Get ready for the next battle.
Who are you?
Round 1. Fight.
Give me strength.
Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight.
Not cool.
Great. Round 4. Fight. Perfect. Final round. Fight. KO. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight.
Not cool.
KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You win.
Buddy. You still there?
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Please smoke!
KO. Round 2. Fight.
No exception!
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Not cool! Not cool!
KO. Round 4. Fight. New challenger. challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Stalemate associate. I just added that to the list. It's a list I made of all the things you've done. Well, it's a list that I am making because you're still doing things right now, even though I'm telling you to stop. Stop, by the way.
Okay, that's probably correct, but where it's incorrect is the stalemate. Wait, what if this hurts? What if this really hurts?
Round 1. Fight.
Not cool. It's over. It's over.
Round 2. Fight. Perfect. Round 3. Fight.
Not cool. It's
KO. Round 4. Fight.
not cool. She wins thirsty. She is a vampire bat.
I don't even know what I just said, but I can find out.
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Not cool.
KO.
Oh my
Round
goodness.
2. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight.
I'm number one! I'm number one!
New challenger. New challenger.
Get ready for the next battle.
Prince, is that your iPad? Can you lower the volume, please?
No, I don't want to.
Come on, I can hear it from here. It's too loud.
I love it.
I can hear it from here. Or put it in the couch.
I want to hear. I want to hear because I want to see what
Round 1. Fight.
Not cool.
KO. Round 2. Fight. Perfect. Round 3.
Oh, so
Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You lose.
Oh my goodness! No exceptions!
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Not cool.
Perfect. Round 2. Fight.
Not cool.
KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight.
Not cool.
KO.
Oh my goodness!
Final round. Fight.
Not cool.
challenger. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Time to
Round 1. Fight.
Not cool.
yeah.
No exception.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
Not cool. Great.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
No exception. Shit.
God damn! God damn! KO. You lose.
What's done is done.
Get ready for the next battle.
Time.
I hope you got your shitting pants on.
Round 1. Fight.
Not cool. Great.
Great. Round 2. Fight.
God damn! God damn! God damn! God damn!
KO. Round 3. Fight. Great. Round 4. Fight.
Not cool.
KO. You lose.
What's done is done.
Get ready for the next battle.
Time.
Round 1. Fight.
Not cool. Not cool. Oh my goodness.
No exception.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
No exception. No exception.
Lucille, give me strength.
Punish. Shit.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Not cool. Not cool.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Not cool.
KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You lose.
Goodbye.
Get ready for the next battle.
Time to die.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight.
No exceptions. Shit.
KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. You lose.
What's done is done.
New challenger. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Pissing our pants yet?
Round 1. Fight.
It's over.
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight.
No exceptions. No exceptions. Better.
KO. You lose.
これが現実だ。
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
No exceptions. Better. No exceptions.
KO. Round 2. Fight. Perfect. Round 3. Fight.
Not cool.
KO.
Not cool.
You win.
Buddy. You still there?
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Not cool. Give me strength. Punish!
Great. Round 2. Fight.
Not cool.
Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight.
Not cool.
KO. Final round. Fight.
Not cool.
KO. You win. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
It's over.
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight.
Not cool.
KO. You win.
Buddy, you still there?
Get ready for the next battle.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight.
Not cool.
Perfect. Round 3. Fight.
Shit.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Give me strength. Punish!
KO.
Oh my goodness. Buddy, you still there?
New challenger.
Lights out!
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Not cool.
Shit.
Better.
KO.
Damn.
Round 2. Fight.
Better. Better.
KO. Round 3.
Not cool.
New challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Not cool. Like that. Shit. Damn.
KO.
Feels good.
Round 2.
Sounds
Fight.
good. Not cool. Better. Shit. No exception. Shit. Great.
KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight.
Not cool. It's over. Better.
KO. Final round. Fight.
Not cool. Better.
KO.
You see,
You win.
he's thirsty. She is.
Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight.
Not cool. Great.
KO. Round two. Fight.
Give me strength. Punish!
KO.
Oh my goodness!
Round three. Fight.
Not cool. No exception.
KO. Round four. Fight.
Not cool. Give me strength. Punish! Oh my goodness!
You win. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. Round three. Fight.
Not cool. No exception. Shit.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Not cool. It's over.
KO. Final round. Fight.
Not cool.
KO. You win.
Buddy, you still there?
New challenger. New challenger. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Who are you?
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight.
Not cool. It's
KO. Round 4. Fight.
not cool.
KO. Final round. Fight. You win.
Buddy. You still there?
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. Perfect. Round 2. Fight.
Not cool.
Holy smoke! KO. Round 3. Fight.
Not cool. Like that.
KO. You win. Get ready for the next battle.
Ooh,
Round 1. Fight.
not cool.
Perfect. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight.
Not cool.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Not cool.
No exception. Perfect. Final round. Fight.
Not cool.
KO.
벌써
You
끝이야?
lose.
더 덤벼봐.
Get ready for the next battle.
I hope you get.
Round 1. Fight.
Give me strength.
Punish! KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight.
Not cool.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Not cool.
KO.
벌써
You
끝이야?
lose.
더 덤벼봐.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Holy smoke!
KO. Round 2. Fight. 3. Fight.
Not cool. It's over.
KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. You win.
Buddy. You still there?
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Not cool.
KO. Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. Great. Final round. Fight.
Not cool.
KO.
See,
You win.
thirsty. She is a vampire bat.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight.
Not cool.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Not cool.
New challenger. New challenger. Get ready for the next battle.
Pissing our pants yet?
Round 1. Fight.
It's over.
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. Perfect. Round 4. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight.
Like that! Better!
Great. You lose. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight. KO. Round two. Fight. KO. Round three. Fight.
Not cool. Better! 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 Better!
Perfect. Round four. Fight.
Not cool. Pow! Pow!
Great. Final round. Fight.
Not cool. Pow! Pow! Pow!
You win.
Thirsty. She is a vampire bat.
Challenger. Challenger. Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight.
Not cool.
It's KO. Round two. Fight. Perfect. Round three. Fight. Great. Round four. Fight. You win.
Buddy.
Get ready for the next battle. Round one. Fight.
Not cool. It's over.
KO. Round two. Fight.
Not cool.
Round three. Fight. KO. Round four. Fight.
Not cool. You win. Buddy. You still there?
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Not cool.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
No exception. Not cool.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
See,
You win.
thirsty. She is a vampire bat.
New challenger.
Lights out.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Not cool.
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight.
Not cool.
No exception. KO. You win.
Buddy, You still there? Lights out!
New challenger.
So this is going to be the last fight for tonight. I'm gonna have to take my dinner and maybe see you around tomorrow.
Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
It's over.
Perfect. Round 2. Fight.
Not cool.
KO. Round 3. Fight.
Not cool. It's over. Wait.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
Not cool. See,
You win.
thirsty. She is a vampire bat.
Get ready for the next battle.
Who are you?
New challenger. Welcome to the King of Iron Fist, Negan. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight.
Not cool.
KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight.
Not cool. Not cool.
KO. Round 4. Fight. Perfect. Round 5. Fight.
Give me strength. Punish me! Oh, look at that! Take it like a champ!
KO.
Oh my goodness!
Round 6. Fight.
Not cool. Shit! Shut up! Damn! Badass! I see!
KO. You lose.
これですっきりしたわい。See?
Get ready for the next battle.
Bush.
Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight.
Not cool.
KO. Round 4. Fight.
See,
You win.
is thirsty. She is a vampire bat.
Welcome to the King of Iron Fist Tournament 7. Katarina Alves. Get ready for the next battle. Round 1. Fight. KO. Round 2. Fight. KO. Round 3. Fight. KO. Round 4. Fight. KO. Round 5. Fight. KO. Round 6. Fight. KO. Final round. Fight. KO. You win.
Você tem técnica, mas não tem alma.